That might help, huh? If I turn my audio on. Sorry about that. So hopefully my miming was on point. So, recap of what I was just saying. The building's going to be a little bit darker than that, and if you're here for the picture that I put up, I'll put it back up. Good. I'm going to essentially paint the outside with that kind of variation of siding on this, but I'm going to lay down first a base coat, and then once I have some of the general idea of what it's going to look like and how it's going to look, I'll come back in and use an actual paintbrush and add some variations to it. So just loading up the brush. Is this camera angle better than the other one? I think it is. I tried it earlier. Being left-handed, it looked like I was just blocking the side. Yeah, the compressor's right against my desk, and there's not much I can do about that right now. Is that better? Compressor is a bit loud, so hopefully this won't take forever. It won't be that annoying. So yeah, no, they're actually out in the hallway, fighting over a big orange bowl. Hey, Flown. This part's pretty easy. Just blasting through as much paint as I can, I suppose. Using my Grex to do this. I feel like I'm going to be blowing through a lot of this brown. The color of this is it was spray painted in a definitely not a very expensive paint brand, Mornfang Brown, and then this is the Citadel Air Dryad Bark. So it's a little darker, but the primer is definitely, I think, the best way to go for these kinds of darker paints. It's just a mid-tone reddish color, reddish brown. Just basic. So when I was looking through some of the, I don't know why I don't need to do this evenly. It's cool. It's cool. when I was looking through some of the photos of the outside of the building, they have cool like planters and stuff outside, and I'm thinking about adding those too, because why not? Little crafting extras instead of just painting and slapping it down. It also show you on this photo. On the bottom of it, it has a like a stone basement, and I thought that would be pretty fun to add to it as well. And I'm gonna use some offcuts from the base to add some stonework around the bottom. I'm still also considering adding walls, and I know there's a big tree in the back, so I'm gonna build the tree too. So I'm making this project way more complicated than it should be, and if I didn't, it wouldn't be me. So nothing's ever easy. So another reason I pour the paint out before I use it, I decant it, is I don't trust paint, and I don't want to just put it into my airbrush and have this big old chunky clog show up. And I get to make sure it's the consistency it needs to be before it gets sent through the airbrush. Because once again, nothing's ever easy. Always add just a little bit at a time. It's easy to add to, not take away. I mean, I guess you could add more paint, but then you run the risk of wasting paint. I prefer not to do that. Because as we all know, this specific brand is expensive. Now, usually if I was painting a miniature or something like that, I wouldn't be burning through this much paint. Just for funsies as well. If you need to put on a bunch of thick paint and you're worrying about it drying too slow, you can thin it with some isopropyl alcohol instead. It'll work. Make sure, see? Getting in a rush. I almost missed the side. At this point, I'm not too concerned about overspray. In fact, I don't really know much of this project that really would necessitate the use of carefulness with the overspray. Thirsty building. So how are we all doing today? Doing good? Bad crafting day. Sorry. Is there anything I can do to help motivate? Oh, did you order your monument paints yet, Runic? I know for me the UPS should be showing up at some point, and none of it's for me. Actually, the wife has ordered a bunch of cross-stitching stuff, so that should be really fun for her. I mean, for everybody, I guess. Ooh, Flake and Pearl. You naughty makes. Ah, almost enough. Oh, I have she was going through it, and we've ended up with some oopsies for thread. So I might steal some of that. Just don't tell her, or have it caught on camera. Me saying that. Oops. And if you're watching, I'm sorry. I'm not stealing anything, I promise. He said, totally lying. Alright. Waste not, want not. Done with that color for the time being. And it's funny too with the threads and yarn and whatnot. I have this weird issue. I can't touch it. It ew. It's an absolute nightmare. It hurts my teeth just even thinking about touching thread or yarn. One time several years ago, I tried to get into knitting and realized I couldn't do it. I tried to push through it, and I just couldn't. It's a weird sensory nightmare for me. All right, decently cleaned out. Let's go for I could always put that color back, but I don't know if I want to yet. Let's add some Scrag Brown, also known as GW Rust Paint for me. I made a giant tub. I had a thing of air cleaner, and I used probably 7 or 8 of these bottles with some clear medium, and shook it up so I could make a rust wash. It works pretty well. it's probably the most expensive rust wash ever. But when I was getting it for free, it really didn't matter. And I made so much of it. It's gonna last me like 10 years. So I don't. Let's see. I'm just gonna be honest and say I really have no real plan of how this is gonna work. But also really don't care so much right now. Is the chat showing up not black also? I tried to fix that. And the last time it was in black. Good. Yeah, Stux, I feel you. Yesterday I did the absolute bare minimum when it came to painting. I have personal projects that I don't really intend on filming or doing anything, and they were sitting on my desk staring at me longingly for some paint. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, Runic. All I know is that I'm painting this, and it has basic colors, and that's what I'm going to go with. I want to try to make it look as best as I can, but if it's not 100%, it'll be 100% mine. Well, it'll be 100% done by me. All right. Add some blotchiness. Ooh, let's do around. Looks like I'm gonna have to come back with some colors because I made an oopsie and forgot that side. We'll ignore that for right now. The neat thing about this paint through an airbrush I've noticed is that this scrag brown has a tendency of darkening up as it dries. It's a tad. So I think it helps blend a little bit more. Oh, and I do have, I did order a puppy cam it should be ready to go by next Wednesday. So, depending on if you want to see puppies being lazy, or chewing on their paws, or, I don't know, being weird and snoring, that'll be happening. Trying to go with the grain of the siding here, just a little bit. Happy little trees. Brown splotches, I'm assuming. I was considering making an oil wash for this, but this MDF is quite thirsty and I don't think it would dry in a decent time frame. So I'm just gonna use basic techniques. Some of that. Yeah, I could feel it. I don't want to lose some of this detail that's in it. I do have a matte spray varnish I could use. That's a good idea. This is me totally not going back and fixing anything. Yeah, my first thought, Stux, was doing some Mod Podge on it, but Mod Podge does love to fill in the details. So, yeah, I just kind of blew that off. I don't know why I didn't even consider using like a spray varnish. Oh, there it is. It's over here. A little bit of water. Mixy. Hello. Welcome to the party. I remember all your 20mm stuff, Stux. It was pretty good stuff. You should definitely get back into it. Okay. Little subtle highlights just randomly. Since I have to come back again, I might hit this one again. It's a little too subtle, I think. They're all going to be attached. So I want to make them look the same. And then just trying to save what I can. Totally worth the 4 drops. Yeah, what's for dinner? Oh, homemade pizza and some wine. Heck yeah. Super fancy. I guess it's better than pizza and homemade wine. No, that sounds amazing. I just, before I went live, I did a grocery order for the wife to pick up on the way, which had frozen pizzas in it as well. So that might be what we're having for dinner. Because I don't feel like cooking. Sugar-free cola. I haven't had a soft drink since 2018, 2019, something like that. Except for the one time that it was an accident. I was at I ordered a water and they filled it with Sprite instead. So that was a huge shock. All right. Oh, tonic water instead of Sprite. No. Yeah, I think that would be worse. You too, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. So I don't know if we were talking about it on Wednesday, but I started a Patreon Discord, and I was thinking once that gets off and started, doing like a paint day video chat kind of a thing. Make up a bring back the days of roll to play kind of a thing with paint club. I think it'd be fun. Or at least see how long it'll last. Ooh, cheapo super glue. Love cheapo super glue. We bought a bunch of super glue from the dollar store, and it works pretty well. Some of it I mostly bought for the containers for some those little one-shot little metal tube thingies. Oh my god, that was awful. Yeah, sometimes you have pretty good luck with those being empty, don't you? I got a little bit more in here. Let's see what else I can mess up. That was totally off camera. Three empty ones. You get them for like 10 for a pound or something, don't you? Something incredibly cheap. Yeah, those seem like, instead of super glue, they're more like an adventure, like a blind box. Can you use it or not? And for weathering medium for monument, I have not. I have the first two expansion, the basic sets, the transparents, and one of the signature series. I haven't gotten anything else. Wow, that is super cheap. But no, I have not tried any other mediums or whatnot. Not yet. I do intend on at some point porting their full range, because what I have has been absolutely fantastic. In fact, not to be off topic, I can show you what I've done with some of the Monument Hobby stuff. That it's maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of actual work, and that is very cheap. 24 of the 24 packs for 10 pounds. So, might be a bit dusty, but this is all Monument Hobbies. It's a pretty quick paint job, but I just wanted to see how well it would blend and work, and it was like spreading warm butter on some toast. It was a very satisfying experience using him. I haven't had much opportunity lately to use anything like that on anything larger. And in fact, the last thing I painted, aside from this, was some samurai that I did for a commission. Yay, Dino Fran! Old orcs, like the old GW orcs, or like the Oathmark ones. And thank you. I was really impressed with how well it blended. The paint kind of cooperated when it came to the blending. And I was impressed. Okay, let's see. Oh, those second edition orc boys are the best. I have so many of them. When way back in the day, me and my friends, I say friends, we played Warhammer back in second ed. We all bought the Space Marines and Orcs starter, and I traded all my Space Marines for the Orcs. So I had 5 or 6, I think close to 6 starter sets full of the Orcs. And I think over the years they've been lost somewhat, but I do have quite a few just still floating around. Let's see. Guinea orcs. Alright, I'm going to use some Carrick Stone because I'm feeling froggy. Alright. Might clean out the airbrush. I'm gonna live on the edge. Here. This all makes sense. I do promise that. Lowrider orcs. That would be really cool. So we're gonna. I don't know if you are aware, but way back in the early '90s, they used to have space dwarves. Not the Votan that they have now, but they were called squats, and they were motorcycle gang themed. They had trikes and bikes and stuff like that. They were hilarious. Back when that company had a sense of humor. It was one of my first armies. I regret getting rid of it. I feel like I'm building camo. Wood camo. It's kind of fun having just no plans for this. I do have a technique. I'm going to blend it all together into a unifying look before I start in with some paintbrush work. So this isn't all just pure chaos. It's still mostly chaos, yeah. Good chaos. Chaos light, only 1 calorie. Full flavor though. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't want to worry. Definitely chaos. The only rules I'm trying to abide by is following the grain of the siding. Might throw some greens and purples and blues up in this. I don't know yet. this. Cover that oopsie. That looked like an oopsie. It's a good thing about painting. You can always cover up. Unless you're using candy paints. Then you're just muddying up if you mess up. Right, Runic. Okay, here's that color. And the bag. Waste not, want not. Pull this away. Clean this up. All right. I think what I'm going to do next. I think I'm gonna spray some black up on it. Maybe an off black. Got this dark gray Corvus black. There's no real reason for it. Just add to it a little bit. Because if your basic brown isn't 15 different colors, are you really doing it right? Okay. Color came out a little bit. I'm living on the edge and not cleaning my brush colors out between. That's starting to look fun. I don't want to add too much black. I don't want to look like it's a burnt building. That looks like fun. All right. Yeah, it's looking nice. Little random sprays here and there. Add a little bit of visual texture, interest, intrigue, mystery. So hopefully that mystery isn't why did he just do that. That's where it all makes sense. It's an old building, so got some weathering going on. How many times this actual building, one in Massachusetts, has had its siding replaced? Since it seems to be untreated wood. Probably no way of finding out, but it would be an interesting thing for me to learn. Okay. I'll let that sit for a minute. I'm going to move on to the roofs, since I already have some of this color already made. Check this out and use it since I have it. All right. Gonna have to come in here at some point and do the siding on this piece of roof, but I can do that with a brush. So I'm not hitting any of this with anything solid or anything. I want it to be as random as possible for when I get to the weathering part. Since things do hang over the edge, probably best to throw a little bit of color on it so it's not just wood. Go back and hit this one too. What are you gonna do with the experiment? Or do you have an idea? Or are you just gonna knock it out? not too worried about overspray on these. It's all supposed to be random. Can test out the dirty down rust I got recently. Also test out a technique for repainting my sprue terrain bits. Okay, cool. Trying to get some coverage up on this. I'll probably do better than that. Yeah. That seems like a relatively rough, random base coat for that. You have made a lot of wood stuff like recently. All of it's fantastic too, by the way. All right, I will be right back. I've got to go refill water and empty this. And I'm back. Didn't take long. Start working on some grays now. Let's make some more. All right. Let's hit it. All right, I'm going to make streaks, gray streaks coming down the shingles. But first I'm going to put some gray on for some more variation, but going down. Once again, still not really that concerned about overspray at this point. In the reference photos, it looks like around the chimney it gets a little whiter. So I'm gonna add some there. And then go down this side too. Smaller streakies. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. since the other roof has a chimney too. Just focus on around the chimney. I'm going to also assume that the shingles would weather around the windows a little bit more, so I'll do what I did with the chimney too. Make sure everything matches. Come on. A little higher up. That's good blending. That'll work just fine. That looks like the good beginning of a streaky roof. Yeah, I can't complain too much about that. Coming in with some additional highlights, same color, a little bit deeper with it instead of just a light tickle. I want to make sure I don't over highlight this area. All right, some tickles here. All right. Probably need to step it up a few more colors. Yeah. Let's see. See if I can pull it all the way up to white. That sounds like a fun thing, I guess. At least if I highlight it all the way to white, I can't go any farther. It's a good stopping point for highlights. And I believe in you too, Stux. No. After all of the orky stuff? I too am forever sleepy. I understand. Seeing that when I do sleep, it's bad sleep. My brain doesn't like to shut off. I hate having those kinds of dreams that it's like when I feel like I've dreamt that I've just had my next day or whatever of all of the things that I wanted to do, and I finally get them done. And then I wake up and realize the whole thing was in my head and I still have to do it, and I'm already tired from what I just dreamt. I feel that that's the worst. Weird dreams or bad dreams? Oh, a load of new cats. Is that now? Would that be a metric load or a imperial load? used to have a dream that I had a cat, and then I died, and then the cat ate me. Feline load. Definitely. Going with slightly brighter, warm gray. Speaking of cat, she's trying to leave the room. I see you over there. Since 2/3 of the dogs are in here asleep, piled on each other. Oh, right. I remember this. This color is extra chunky. So this will be fun. All right, well, I only live once. Let's see if I clog my airbrush. So far, so good. Sticking in them around the chimneys. If I mess that up, it won't be too bad. Then again, if I mess it up, it's free weathering, right? I already have a sneaking suspicion it's trying to misbehave. I am spraying the roof. I'm on my third coat, or third highlight. I'm using Dawnstone. It's a lighter warm gray. I was using this, which is just a neutral medium gray. And before that, I was using an off gray, light black, dark gray. Seeing that the undercoat, the spray that I used was a very dark, cool brown, I thought this would work really nicely. So, for some weathering. Trying to do some streaky shingles now. Starting to misbehave. Yeah, you're welcome. Yep, and there it goes. I've never enjoyed using this color. It's always been such a pain in the butt. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm actually, speaking of dry brush, I went to the dollar store and bought myself a cheap makeup brush for some dry brushing. I don't have any cheap craft paint to use, but seeing that Bill making stuff and Dan does everything with the cheap makeup brush, I thought I'd give it a try. Yeah, the only place that has cheap craft paint around here is the dollar store that we have in town, and they've got like 5 colors to choose from. So that's gonna be fun if and when I start buying that paint. Yeah, luckily these paintbrushes are only $1. I'm going to throw this one away probably after this project. On the Amazons. Yeah. It's really the only way I get anything that's living out in the country. There is nothing out here really to get. I can't just pop over to the store. We have a hardware store, a dollar store, a tiny grocery store, and a gas station. And a couple restaurants, but I mean, you can't pick up craft. Oh, I could pick up crafting supplies if I'm creative from restaurants. But it's a small town, they'll know who I am if I steal their stuff. And I wouldn't do that anyway. Do not condone theft. Unless it's theft with permission. And it's funny too, because I thought you would be a lot closer to everything. I had a friend that lived in southern England. And he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be in New York." This is when I lived in Texas. Do you want to come up for lunch or something while I'm here? I'm like, that's a 28-hour drive. No. It's funny how the perception of distance and size changes from country to country depending on their sizes. I looked it up, and just the state of Texas is 5.8 times bigger than the UK. Not a single Greg's. In fact, I don't even know what a Greg's is. Oh my god, if you get a tricycle, that's going to be hilarious. Please take photos. Not, you know what I mean. I'm assuming it's an adult tricycle, not a child's little red tricycle kind of thing. Oh, please do. Please do that. Get a horn. Not enjoying how I'm having to fight this paint. Throw some blends in there. Man. All right. I have a feeling I'm going to have to actually pull the airbrush apart for a little bit. I don't know if you can tell, but there are a bunch of chunks in it. I'm hoping that by just letting it sit, the chunks will fall to the bottom. And if I pour slowly enough, it won't get the chunks in here. hopefully. Yeah, my trigger's getting loose. It's getting gummed up. I guess it'll turn into an impromptu how to take apart a airbrush and clean it tutorial. Why not? Controlled chaos is the way. All right. I think that's it for that color. Let's see. Let's save all the gooey chunks, I guess, for next time. I forget about how bad this color is. Oh. Yeah, all those gross chunks. Okay. Clean this out as much as I can. Do a very quick pull apart and clean. Or, no, I guess I got through the chunk. I'll take that as a win. Cool. All right. Now I'm going to go with pure straight white. No, I'm not. I'm going to go with a very, very light gray. I changed my mind. I'll dry brush with white. This is almost like a greeny blue, very light gray. Which will be good. I'm going to once I get all of these colors blocked in, laid out, and whatnot, I'm going to add the faintest little angel whispers breath of a lichen or a moss on the roof. Just a little bit. Oh, good. Who makes that? that rusty color. I forget, is it Army Painter? Oh, is it Dirty Down? Huh. I've seen it. My brain is not registering right now. Going in and just highlighting a little bit of the edges of the roof itself. And like I did over here, I'm going to come in and just spray little splotches of it as well. Highlight the roof area a little bit. Around the chimney. I feel like it needs a stronger highlight. So yesterday I was outside priming these in the afternoon, and all day. It was a nice calm day, no wind. The second I stood outside, it was like 20-mile-an-hour winds, and I had to spray probably that far away from the models to actually have the paint reach it through the rattle cans. Sometimes I swear nature hates me. It's like, what did I ever do to it? As I say, using a rattle can. Looks all right. Yeah. Sometimes when it's a beautiful day outside, I feel like I should be out spraying. All winter I had to, when I had to prime, I had to use my basement and essentially hold my breath and hope for the best. And usually when nobody else was home, so by the time the wife came home, the smell was mostly gone, hopefully. That was at least the idea, but it's not very sustainable. Yeah, no, knowing that from what I've heard of the UK weather, it would not surprise me. I tried one time, it's not paint related. I think it was last summer. I had a bunch of extra cardboard and stuff that it couldn't get recycled, so I was just gonna burn it in a barrel just to get rid of it because it was too much just to throw away in the normal garbage cans, the rubbish bins. And it would either rain really hard or become super windy, which makes it unsafe. So that was a thing. Did it so many times I just gave up on the idea. Alright, looks like a decently chaotic, pretty random streaking effect for some shingles on an old house tavern. Let's see. What else? For the time being, I'm going to call the roofs done to this point. I'm going to come back and work on the walls, I believe. All right. Now my question to myself, am I done airbrushing? No. No, I'm not. Okay. So what I'm about to do, I'm going to use some Agrax Earthshade through the airbrush. Use it as a filter to marry some of these colors here back together. Try to create a more cohesive look. Then I'll come in after that with some Nuln Oil and add a little bit of extra weathering. Oh, it is super fancy. The trick is to not let it actually act like a wash. And just a filter. It's the only two shades that you need. And honestly, if I didn't have so much Citadel products already, I most likely wouldn't use it, but free is free. I'm going to be super reckless. Pour straight from the pot. All right. All right, what happened? I can't believe that on a wash, it just clogged. I'm excited for this part too. If I can get the brush to work, airbrush to work. Oh, this is ridiculous. See if I can knock whatever it's holding it back loose. Oh, yeah, came out right. And now, of course, it's just working fine. All I had to do is pull the needle out, wiggle it around, stick it back in. Load her up. Round 2. Okay. Ah, it just threw a chunk. Okay. This is the downside of airbrushing. Alright, well, I blasted one side. Probably more than I should have. And while that's sitting there and drying, let's find out if I can get the chunk out of it. I don't recommend doing this with your needles. Might bend the tip. All right, well, that's clear. What I like about Grexes, though, is they're absolute beasts. If they get clogged hard. And it doesn't happen often. It only happens at the most inopportune times, you know, in the middle of the project. Do that to put the cone back on so I don't bend the needle putting it on. Oh, thank you, Samuel. I appreciate it. And welcome. All right. And now it's working. Okay. Still wanting to be a bit of a twit, but that's okay. think my downfall is that I'm not decanting the wash before I just dump it in. Just having one heck of a time here. Yeah, always. I flew too close to the sun on this one. Oh yay, large orange assistant. You have large orange assistant mini scratches for me. That sounds about right. Just here to eat kibble? No. My tiny tortoise one has become accustomed to helping me brush my hair in the mornings and in the evenings, because it's a good scritch. And it was my fault for starting it. I started scritching her with the brush. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it'll show. That dark spot right there. That's a chunk of wash, dried wash. And that's trying to get pushed through the airbrush. So, well, lesson learned on that. Never trust Citadel products. Actually, just never trust paint. Even if it's the best paint in the world, treat it like it's gonna clog your airbrush every time. And then take the appropriate measures. All right, we seem pretty clear. Never trust the airbrushes. I have probably a dozen different ones, and I've had nothing but issues with most of them. And as much trouble as this looks like, this is pretty easy. My other one here There's a Harder and Steenbeck Infinity. And this one is super expensive, and it's really good for fine detail, but it's so finicky. Like, I don't know. It has almost no tolerance for anything. So you have to like filter your paint to make sure it doesn't get clogged. But it's one of the best fine detail brushes I have. I'm not saying I can't get fine detail with this one. This one takes a beating. So what I'm trying to do here is you take a rag or something like that and hold the airflow in so it back feeds. You can knock out a bunch of extra stuff that you can't normally get to easily. Bubbles up. Just like that. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Just in time for me to fix my airbrush after trusting a paint too much. Alright, try this again the proper way. It's been a good soldier, but it's now dead. Oh yeah, I don't know if you can see all the extra chunky bits that are in there. That was just pouring out. Yeah, we got a Twitch friend. Batman. What kind of airbrush did you get, Batman? Delicious, delicious chunks. See if this works now. Much better. Some Chinese brand, I'm assuming. So inexpensive. That's why you never start an airbrush on the actual model. Sometimes they like to spit. because I know I'm going to need more. Yeah, spending a lot of money on your first airbrush is never a great idea, especially if it's got expensive parts. Because if through some kind of mistake you say bend the needle tip, then it's a $45 needle tip, and I've seen some airbrushes that are more airbrush needles that are more expensive than the actual airbrush they fit. So I would I'd say good job not spending a lot of money. My first airbrush, oh, way back in the day, was a Badger, or I think it's like an XL1 or something like that. And I was a kid, I didn't know what I was doing, and I beat it up so much. I'd probably have to go and replace all the seals and pretty much rebuild it from scratch. Yeah. Cheap is still cheap. I mean, if you know you didn't spend a lot. I mean, this Grex, I don't know how much they charge now, and this isn't a plug, but I like them. They're relatively inexpensive, and you can find the parts at most hobby stores now, at least in the US. Yeah, I have my Neo, Runic. I have my Neo somewhere. I got tired of futzing with it. It's a good solid brush, but then I came across this one and it kind of took a back seat. Even decanting didn't help, apparently. And the other thing, like I just said, with this one is being able to find parts for it at most places, and being out in the middle of nowhere. It's if I break it apart or need a replacement, it's either I have to wait a few days for shipping, or I have to make a day trip just to go get the parts. I've learned to be a little bit more delicate with my equipment as of late. Yay! Welcome back. Hope it was a good pee. I clogged my airbrush again. Man, this Agrax. Okay. You go away. I'm gonna use the other bottle. Good. No clogs is a good thing, especially when peeing. Yep. More clog. Chunk. Oh god. Did you get it out okay? Leaving clear coat in a gun is almost a death sentence for the gun. Also, anything gloss. Oh, yeah. You were having quite an issue with that. Did you sent that air gun back, didn't you, Stux? Yeah. Let's see if it'll focus. All that was a chunk right there. Lacquer thinner didn't wreck the seals or anything on it, Runic? I'm glad you sent it back. I know you were grumbling about that air gun for a while. Oh, and you pooped out all the seals. That is an absolute nightmare trying to pull seals out of air guns. Sometimes, depending on the brand. Yeah, and I know that everybody that was on that chat thread, Stux, that they were talking about it, they're saying that they had issues, but I don't know, or different air guns, and I don't think I could trust a battery operated air gun even any more than I could trust a regular one. And it would probably clog up with just water. I'm gonna get some brushes out. Cleaning brushes. Let's get some airbrush cleaner. And it's funny to actually say that, like, not having a setup for a regular airbrush. The way I'm doing it, I probably shouldn't be doing it like this. I have no air filtration. I have nothing. I mean, the most I can do right now is open a window. But I mean, I like to live life on the edge. Yeah, nobody here would complain about the noise. You can get quiet running compressors, but you can still hear them. I mean, this compressor, for the most part, is pretty quiet. But I'm pretty sure it also it's picking up on the microphone even with the noise suppression on. Oh, and not having a chair. Oh, right, your chair broke too. Yeah, so not having a chair, that would that would be a hindrance. If you were closer, I have an extra chair. I'd give it to you. I'd ship it to you, but it'd probably be as much as the whole chair would be for you just to buy one. I hear there's a guy also out in Sheffield who's built a studio in his garden. You could probably get a chair from him. You won't miss it. Also, please don't steal stuff from Theo. Theo's a good guy. Right? It's turned from learning how to maintain your watching me paint a tavern to maintain an airbrush. See, also, Rune, whenever I get an opportunity, oh my god, when I get an opportunity to build an actual workspace, I want to run a big tank compressor for everything, because I want to be able to use just an air gun and like all of the things for all of the things. I'm trying to convince Theo to make me another one of those Carnage figures that he made. It is a bunch of faffing about too. I understand. Okay. You don't usually have to do this. If you take the measures to not have crappy paint get all chunky and blow through your gun with chunky peanut butter parts, when I usually do airbrush things, I only really clean it at the end, and it doesn't take half this long. Oh, Harry Stick method. Just to say, I got a label machine. So I have Harry sticks. Thank you, Bill Making Stuff, for that one. Okay. This is going to be the... Take 4 of this. Make sure no chunks fall in. I don't think I can do it again. Also, this is a new bottle. The paint container, I don't think I'm getting contaminants from this because I'm washing this out and scrubbing it out pretty well. It was definitely from this Agrax. You can see the chunks that are still in the jar. It was definitely coming out like that. It's okay, this thing needed to be retired anyway. And it was mostly empty. All right. A little piece of dust floating on the top. Usually when I do this, I let it sit for a minute so it falls down. All the chunks would fall down to the bottom, and then I pour slowly out of that side. I've used this same little mixer for a very long time. It's I started using this when I worked at Reaper, and that was, I don't know, a long time ago. 14 years ago, 15 years ago at this point. Yeah, I would like to use a glass container for mixing, but this is just what I've done. It works for me right now. Hey, that's working. Oh no. You sneezed. Oh, I just looked over at the dogs and Yuna had her front arm over her head as she was asleep. And then Lulu decided to ruin it, and now they're wrestling. That's why I need a puppy cam. Gotta have a wrestle. Of course, Barrett's just laying down watching them. I think he's finally understanding that he's too big. He ruins it. Yeah, this is satisfying. This honestly, this is why I like airbrushing. That figures. And also spraying washes. Just eats through your wash. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's do some on the roof, because why not? Just a little bit. And I also did manage to pull off all of the miniatures that are going to be painted and go with this. Pulled them off their big bases. I did that yesterday. I might dip them in a acetone bath and reprime them because they're not the best primed. Warm that up a little bit with some color. Just a little angel's breath of warmth. Not too much. While that's sitting and drying for a little bit. Let's clean this out. And prep for some black. Shouldn't need a lot of it. Just gonna do some subtle weathering. Yeah, that one's dry enough. So let's see, I want to stick to, let's add some shadows for where the roof meets. Then maybe around some corners and door stuff. Definitely up here. Let me do that first, and then I'll verbalize what I'm trying to say. How are you gonna painting your sprue terrain? Oh, without a. Are you? Yeah, you don't have an airbrush. Are they primed? What you don't know what the look is even. I guess that kind of matters. I mean, you could do like a rusty metal on them, maybe. Unless you were going for the wood. No, it was a black glove. It's not that dirty yet. That's funny. It was not a white glove. And I honestly don't know why I'm painting this side. It's going to be glued to the building. Oh well. The rusty metal. Just to get it acceptable. An easy... I mean, do you want them rusty metal? So with making rusty metal, what I usually do is I paint a metal and then use something like that and make a wash out of it, and then oil wash, make a black oil wash over the outside of that, and then maybe come in and dry brush some metal back on top of that, some shiny metal. That's what I did with my junk pile terrain. I should get some good better pictures of that junk pile terrain. It's not awesome, but it's finished. There, that should provide some shadow, I think. Yeah. I think I'll go around the windows. Since the panes of the windows are going to be white with the dark wood on the outside, it'll add a little bit more depth. Even if it doesn't, it'll look interesting. What if like this is black around the windows? Yeah, this is the Nuln Oil. Don't want to do too much black around the windows. I don't want to make it look like a house fire. One of these days, I might do a show and tell of the Western buildings that I finished. Kind of in this style. Not so bad. That one was easy. Cool. All right, this is the kitchen. Oh, all of the top windows are already up there. Wouldn't matter. It's gonna add a little bit extra soot. It's the kitchen. A little darker. Not saying that there was a fire. I guess they cooked before there was an FDA, so. All right, and sure. Got a little bit left, might as well use it. Yeah, safety was definitely optional. I've eaten at some pretty shady establishments, even recently. So it might still be the option. I guess it's not illegal if you don't get caught. back in the days when salmonella was just another fish. Take. All right. I'm going to add a little bit of blacks to the corners. The very bottom corners of the buildings. Speaking about kitchens and optional safety, I've watched enough Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares. I still don't think that there's much regulation, or as much as there should be. This is the side that's going to be glued. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, very far away. Back in Texas, it wasn't something that you had to display either. And up here in Vermont, it's not something you have to display. So, yeah, oh, I know. And it's mostly just cleanliness and following a little bit of basic food safety. I like the grease traps above stoves. I don't understand why people can't take once a week, take 20-30 minutes, just wipe it out. Unless they just don't know. But honestly, even if they don't know, that's no excuse. They should know. working around food should require almost a driver's license of food safety. You have to pass it individually, I think. At least to show that you have enough common sense that you can at least pass that test. So you do know, and you can't be held against ignorance. Because you do. You know. Yeah, those kitchens left unattended, cleanliness wise, can be an absolute nightmare. And honestly, I was going to culinary school for a while, and I don't know. I just the other people who weren't taking that kind of food safety seriously worry me. It's only a matter of time when those kinds of people are going to hurt somebody or worse. Yeah, I wish that was same here with Stux. Stux. I wish we had some kind. We have what's called serve safe, but it's not a requirement to work around food. I think to be anything more than like a line cook, you might have to. I don't know. I gave up following a food service career. Because of the people. All right. Now I think I'm done airbrushing. For the most part. I'm going to come back in later on, another off camera. I did spray the tops of the chimneys that are actually going to stick out, but I think I'm going to hand paint those because there's not a lot of it. And that's just too much. No more burr. Yeah, and I also feel like I made the right choice. I don't know. It does give you one of those don't find out how the sausage is made kind of a thing when it comes to restaurants and kitchens. I still organize my my refrigerator at home based on food safety courses that I took. You know, not putting raw next to cooked. Or putting raw above. Because I don't think I could get that kind of ignorance anymore. As blissful as it might be, being able to put raw chicken on top of spaghetti or something, I don't know. You'd also think that'd be more of a common sense practice for just people that in general. Oh, this is a trick I figured out. Put some airbrush cleaner in it. Clean it backwards. So the airbrush cleaner goes into the bottom parts of the airbrush. Because sometimes when your needle moves back and forth, paint can get through the seals and then it gums up, even if you try to clean it really well. And then just send it through a couple times. Front way, make sure you're pulling out just clear from your needle. Should be good to go. So that can sit for a second. Use the bigger brush. Clear out the nozzle guard. Just like that. So we got a clean housing, or body, needle, guard. On this, the cone doesn't really get dirty. I just wipe off the paint off the top of it and it seems to be pretty clear. And then make sure the little nozzle is nice and clear. Looks good. And the last thing, just because I'm a stickler about it, let's make sure to clean the inside of the cup. Aw. Fan nests. We got the air conditioning unit. We have a portable air conditioning unit. And one day, it was this Monday, we actually had to turn it on for about 3 hours. I would have just opened the windows, but the campgrounds next to my property were doing yard work. And it was loud, so I left the windows closed and opened turned on the AC unit. But then the next day it was just above freezing. Then yesterday it was nice, and now it's half raining and cold again. There. Nice and clean, ready for it to be used again. Only takes a couple minutes. Put that back. Push that all the way through. Lock it in. Put the cap back on and blow out any airbrush cleaner you still have left. And that's it. Ready to go for the next time. that is good. Batman, I'm currently using branded products because I have so much of it. Working from the certain brand that the branded product comes from, I ended up with a lot. But if I was going to make my own airbrush cleaner, I'd probably just use Windex and isopropyl alcohol to clean. Runic, you should do a live unboxing. I think that would be awesome. Hello, my name is Pandora, and welcome to my unboxing video. All right, put all that off to the side. I was thinking about doing airbrushing the moss on the roof, but I can do just as good of a job with the brush. So I'm going to do it with a brush. And that's my entire airbrush setup right there. Just a bunch of shop towels. Because I'm a fancy lad. Okay. And before I do any dry brushing on the buildings, I'm going to do the tedium of painting all of the windows. I don't think there's enough windows. We need more windows. Yes, tedium. So the plan is on every window, the inside, the panes are going to be white, and then the frames around them are going to be the same color as the house, the tavern itself. You only have 10 windows. I only have 10 windows. I heard 95 Windows was pretty good. Got a lot of XP out of it. Huh. I just realized I did a TISM. Lined them up. Cool. I don't know. I don't know what you started. Something Vista. I think when Windows was Windows CE and they had ME and then an NT, really did kind of uh, tell you what it was if you put them all together, since it spells cement. All right, Harry sticks. Let's see. Which one should I use? Probably should also paint the inside. Hoist. Just using some white. I need another white. That was easy. Give it a good shake. Chunky. So if you're curious about the green and the yellow, that's on my palette. I was working on this guy. Because I'm special. No, I'm not going to do OSL. I'm going to actually run LEDs. I'm going to run LEDs through the window, the actual tavern. Norwich calls themselves a city and they actually have a football team? What's wrong with this world? So yeah, I've decided that I'm going to take I'm going to cut out plastic, clear plastic, and glue it down here, and then I'll probably airbrush it. But I was going to do like a yellowish orange or something so that the LED light shines through when you turn it on. One of the worst football teams in the country. That's probably why I've never heard of them. Also, I don't follow sports. Yeah, I only have to do this, what, 80 times? I don't know. I'm not counting them. Trying not to. Just mashing paint in there. I don't really don't even care if it's even coverage because, you know, old tavern house, hand painted. It'll add to the realism. That's not a bad idea, actually. So what you're saying is I should take a. Now I could frost the glass. I can spray something. I can figure that out. Probably white. I can frost the glass and then on the back side of that put some paper or something like that. Color like a colored something on that. Or a fine sanding, yeah. I always forget about fine sanding. I can figure that out. That's true. Super Grippos. But if I leave the unsanded side on the outside, then it'll be or showing out. It'll be glossy, and then I wouldn't have to worry about super glue then. If I put the super glue on the wood, and the back side of the sand. It wouldn't craze the front. Yeah, sand in a wash. Well, I gotta get fancy. I'll I'm gonna do something, that's for sure. And 1,000 grit does fix a lot of things. Wish I had a sanding attachment to my Fordham. I think that would be. Now I do have sanding wheels. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, I was gonna hit it with uh, accelerator anyway. Didn't so it didn't have enough time to craze. But then the super cool accelerator crazes. I'll be running tests. Either way, it's going to be fun, right? I probably went too thin with that paint. Oh well, it's a whitewash. Much like Hollywood movies nowadays. That's true. I could do that too. I do have UV. Also, think it'd be cool if the entire thing wasn't made of, flammable materials. Putting an actual candle in it. Make it a tavern lantern. Taverno light. Taverno lantern? One of those. I do I do have a couple of those little flicker bulbs. I could use those. But the what I have planned is it's like micro LED fairy lights. There's like 12 or 14 of them, and I wanted to try to have everything evenly lit instead of and only on one switch. I mean, I guess I could, learn how to solder. Well, I know how to solder, but wire LEDs and take them apart. But that's more trouble when it's worth when I bought a whole string of micro LEDs for $1. They've only had one LED explode on you. That seems like an adventure. I've been watching Boyle Hobby Time doing his LED dioramas and whatnot. It does seem surprisingly simple. I want to play around with those flexible LED filaments at some point. Yes, Boyle is a very bad influence. He has so many cool dioramas and stuff that he's done and is doing. And he's actually the reason why I bought a hot foam table saw. Which I'm going to use quite a bit on this, actually. I got to build essentially a stone to go underneath the uh, table. Not the table. What am I? The house, the tavern that I'm building. Because, like in the reference photo, if you look under the house part of it, there's like stone and mortar, and it's not on the actual building the way it is right now. So I will be adding that and the little planter boxes and then the trees to go along with all of this. So that's going to be fun. kind of excited to actually to do a really big tree. I haven't done a good tree in quite a while. So the way I'm going to make the tree, I'm going to take a bunch of wire and spin it up for a trunk. I don't know, probably 30, 40 strands, uh, about 30, 40 centimeters, and then wind them all up together. And then when I start doing branches, I'll take, yeah, the fun method. But take all the branches and make them smaller and smaller as the wire goes up, and then come in with some either milliput or Abe's epoxy sculpt, and sculpt all the branches and the bark and whatnot. Then, trim it down so I can stick it into the base. And I got my static grass applicator the other day. Always wanted one, and this project gave me the opportunity to buy one. So I got it. Then I realized it didn't come with an AC adapter, so I had to order that, which will be here on Monday. But that's fine, because I don't think I'm going to be doing any static grass until at least after that anyway. And I considered buying a pre-made set of trees because it's quick and it's easy. But by the time shipping and everything occurs, I could have already made them. You can get kind of lost just smashing white paint into squares. Yeah, and also once this project is done, don't have anything that's time sensitive, so I get to start actually playing with fun ideas that I actually want to create, do, fix, zhuzh up, which I'm looking forward to. And this is honestly, as fun as this is kind of the most boring thing I have to do, is this building. But I'm having fun with it, and it's going to good home and whatnot. The temptation to add sci-fi bits to it has been rather high. But then I think about it, I'm like, no, 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 this is not mine. I'm pretty sure that the people who are getting this, the historical society or whoever it is, would want, I don't know, force fields and gribbly wires and robots and stuff. I mean, they probably would, but I'm trying to do good and trying to do nice. And probably at some point I should probably, since it's not that far away from me, go actually see what this place is. I think that would be interesting. All right, Batman. Have a great evening. I'll see you later. There's a part of me that wants to do some cyberpunk style dioramas. I think that would be pretty fun, especially with the flexible LEDs. It would be a good reason to learn. Um, so I've considered it. Uh, Going actually and delivering it in person. I don't know. It's still, it's a social anxiety thing. Oh, now I'm wondering, are there any model cars that are cyberpunk? And if not, how hard would it be to cyberpunk a like model kit car? Because whenever I get a 3D printer, I can sculpt and then print out a couple of dudes or whatever, like hanging around the car. Have it parked in an alley, something. Also considering building a larger scale version of some like Fallout set pieces, like a Red Rocket or a Nuka-Cola plant or something Fallout related. I think it would be fun. Oh yeah, 80 sports cars. Ooh, get like the old Lamborghini Countach with the gull wing doors or the slide up doors. It's a good idea. Or a Ferrari. Put some underglow. Yeah, DeLorean 1982 DeLorean DMC-12. Ooh, get some of the cheaper Gundam kits and use them for greebly bits. A Pinto. Actually, that would be kind of awesome. I feel like I painted the wrong side on that one. Big ass windows. Yeah. Next time I'm out in visiting the in-laws, they have a toy store out there. Usually have some uh, a rather good selection of model cars and planes and sci-fi stuff. I bought a couple of gunpla kits from them before, and we were staying out there before we moved up here. Uh, and I didn't have anything to do for like 3 weeks, so I got some gunpla and I built it. And then since we drove up there and then drove back, I was wondering like, what am I going to do with a fully built Gundam on the trip home? Where am I going to put it in the car? So I decided to not build it. And then we moved up here. And I think it was last summer that I actually finally broke it back out and built it. And I've got a couple of Zaku's and a Death Scythe and some other ones that are just sitting in the basement collecting dust right now. Gunpla is it is if you've ever put together any Games Workshop miniatures of any sort, it's like doing that but making it enjoyable. And you don't have to paint it because all of the plastics are in the colors that it should be, and they're posable. And you don't need glue. Oh, $35 for a 77 Pinto? Okay. But it is also Amazon. I need to find, and it's impossible up here, I swear. It's impossible to find hobby stores. The closest one, yes, there is a Hello Kitty Gundam. The closest hobby store that isn't just like, a game store with GW stuff in it. It's like a 2.5 hour drive. There's one closer, but it's in Canada and it's in Quebec. So I don't speak French. I don't know how well that would work. I know they're bilingual and all, but it's crossing over, coming back, especially with the way the world is right now. I'd probably end up in El Salvador because I can't keep my big mouth shut. So it's dusty, but this is the one I built. Got a spider frame, but it's completely unpainted, and it moves and does stuff. Yeah, living out in the country. So, Stux, you're saying that they have model railway stuff, dollhouse stuff? See, I'm down with that. That's cool because model railway stuff goes really well with making dioramas. And in fact, I would like to get a cheap O gauge train and some track to turn into some terrain for my Western stuff so I can have a train station. And yeah, we don't even have a bookstore near us. And it's really disappointing. But we live in a mainly agricultural dairy area. O gauge scales essentially it's like what just the brands use. I think that's all over. I think it's a universal scale. Yeah, O gauge is supposed to be the closest thing to 28 millimeter. But yeah, I think it'd be cool to have a train. It didn't even have to be a good train, but like greeble it out and glue some gears on it and call it steampunk for some Weird West games. Because if I'm going to be fighting zombies and monsters, might as well do the whole thing. Anyway, I am at a stopping point, I think, for today. I'm going to call it, and I'm going to do some stuff on this, but I'm going to be doing it again, doing a live stream again on Wednesday, next Wednesday. I think the Wednesday-Friday thing is going to be pretty consistent. So, that said, I'm going to let you guys go. Hope everybody has a wonderful day, and I will see you guys